All right, so on our parameters here, I want to look at, excuse me, the IX. Interesting. Should be moving. I turned off. Oh, funny. Very funny. I wouldn't be able to see it even if I wanted to. Something went wrong with our blend tree here. It must be in the blend tree here for one of the eyelids. 1, 0. Eyelid L1, eyes widen. That is incorrect. It should be eyelid L0. That would explain why that one was closed, I believe. It's the left eyelid, left eyelid. Let's look at eyelid right, right eyelid. And yeah, that's incorrect as well because they need to be these ones. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. Now they're closed by default. But that should be right because the eyes should be flipped. That's how it should work. When eyelid is 1, when they're open, like this, those values are inverted. Let's see, double check. V6 doesn't do this bad as the reverse blinking. V7 works best for face tracks, just has that one eye open thing, and eyeballs. That should be it. That should be fixed. Okay. So we'll go ahead and select these and say apply all. Our avatar is saved. Saved. And we'll go ahead and export again. Export. Should be version 8. They did a good job with the new Quest 3. They've kind of set it up so that your glasses, or at least my glasses, can't touch the lenses, which is very cool. So that means I can play with my glasses, play VR with my glasses, and not have them scratch. All right, there we go. We close this. Go to Google Drive. Oh. Send message. Okay, cool. Cool. And it's uploaded, so we can close these. All right, first task of the day accomplished. That's how we do it here, y'all. Crushing it. Crushing it. All right. Now I would like to look back at my armor that we've been working on. Still needs a sword. Still needs a sword. And a bow, actually. Sword and bow. Hello, Kiprick. Welcome. Are you still designing? Yes, indeed. I can show you where we got to with our armor here. I think you were here when I was working on the armor. But we did pretty good. We actually have gotten almost all of it made now. I think it looks pretty good. Just need to do some like micro details, some small scratches, and then bake a version that is pulled apart. These ones are fine, actually. These ones I'm going to scoot over. They have details like a god of armor, god of war armors. That's the plan. That's the hope. we're learning everything we need in order to create those that at that level. I think we'll be there pretty soon, to be honest. So here's the low poly. We'll go ahead and re-export the low poly here. And then go to multi-res, set it to 6, copy to selected, and also our little, these guys. And we're actually missing a few things. So here, this one actually needs to be changed. So if we go into our edit, I think we'll apply it at level 2. And then this way, we can go ahead and make some edits to close up some of these, or to make these gaps, actually. We need to make some of the gaps. You have to sleep, harmful to your health. I did sleep. I did sleep. I just woke up. This is the start of my day. Um, but usually I do my full work day. So usually I'm here from usually I'm online from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a pretty standard work day, I would say. Need to smooth some of these out. I'm definitely not one of those people that can stay up late. I have found that when I get tired, that's it. I'm going to bed. There's nothing else to do at that point. Always a little jealous of people who had more resistance to sleep deprivation. I'm not one of those people. I have to study. Have a nice day, Sam. Sounds good, Kiprick. Enjoy your day. Good luck with your studies, and we'll catch you later. Bye. One's perfect. We can just get a cut right on there, right from the get-go. Perfect. I guess we'll use this one. Okay, very cool. Another cut here. It's so nice to be able to have a method that just so conducive to working, to starting things, like just really simplifies a lot of things now using multi-res or thinking with multi-res. This one's not cutting nicely. And we'll go ahead and close this up, or open it up, I suppose. Open that up. Boom. And we're going to switch over to sculpt mode. So I can do a little bit of relaxing here. Just a little too beat up on the topology. More even spacing as well. Very even. Back to work. Let's give it a shrink wrap one more time. Give it a small offset. Maybe no offset. I want to be able to pull this edge out. And then give it the relax. Take this edge, extrude it, shrink it in. That should give us the interior. All right. Another good one. I think this time I'm gonna fill it and do a face extrude along normals. I'll get a slightly even setup, hopefully. I mean, that's the hope. Hmm. Easy fix. All right. And we'll do the same with these other ones. I'll take this one, fill it, face extrude. Delete the face we made. And okay, not perfect, but I think it's an improvement. I'd like to think it's an improvement. Maybe I just didn't push that one far enough. Da 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 da. All right. All right, all right, all right. Missed this one too. Fill. And extrude along normals. Oh, that's what we got. Okay, there we go. Now, do it again. Face, fill, extrude. You know, this time, I'm actually going to close it up. And then try extruding. I think we'll probably get some better results that way. So that way we have more information on where the normals should go, where things are pointed. Yeah, that is better. Still do the same here. Bridge. A really tiny edge right here. Good morning, Snardom. Hello, welcome. Good morning. We're doing some bandages right now. And then we'll basically be done with a lot of the armor today. Very excited. Well, sort of. We'll be done with the Goblins' armor. Then we have to make the Ogre's armor. But I'll have a lot of pieces to start with, so I think it should go faster. Someone have some start. I'm gonna steal a lot of the Goblins' armor pieces as bases. Ogre was strong enough without the armor. I think at the very least he needs some underwear. more of a modesty thing at this point. All right, looks pretty good. This one, I'll leave the gap. Or I won't make a thing. But I'm still missing this one here. Right in the middle there. We'll have this be the cut there. Good morning, Arctic. Hello. We're still working on our Gabo armor here. Just finishing up some of the bandages or the wraps. It's got to have been an easier way how I did it here. But I haven't thought of it yet. Come on. Come on. Stick to it. Stick to it. All right. And I'm actually going to do one more cut. Right here. But I won't make a hole. Just going to give it a little bit of bumpiness. That. Okay. There we go. We'll apply that shrink wrap. Actually, I'm going to duplicate it. Apply one and then hide the next. And there we go. Look at that. How beautiful. Then we go to UV editing. Unwrap it again. Interesting. Um, that means we're missing this at the very tip. Awesome. And then going to pin like this. Yeah. Then pin like this. Point 0.8. And then we just want to make sure the edges line up. And just pulling out some of the tension in these, like so. Awesome. For the openings that we've made, I want to do what I can to straighten them out. Pretty simple stuff. That one definitely getting some flipping. All right, good stuff. So now, got this guy. Needs the same material. The only exception is the high poly arm straps we want to hide. Then we want to select everything. Make sure we've got the space. Which we do. Right there. That should be good. Alright, so this is the low poly. We'll go ahead and say 2, copy to selected, along with our subdivision, set it to 1, copy to selected. Okay. Boom. FBX export the base. All right. And then this will be the high poly, except for this. So this is the high poly. It shouldn't include the texture in the high poly, right? Guess we'll find out. I guess we will find out. Save, painter. Okay, so refresh the mesh. It'll pull everything apart, and then go to Bake Mesh Maps. I don't have a cage, but I don't think that's an issue, actually. This might break a little, but overall, super good. Ah, the spikes. Let's give it a shot. All right, look at those straps. Those came out well. Strapping. I actually don't think I want them to be leather, though. So move that there. And we'll do template. And I should make this into a pack so I can share it with like Sky and whoever else is working on items. Anisotropic. Rotate it. Close enough. Maybe. This is really distorted here. I could try a cylinder. That's actually pretty darn good. So we will go with that. Maybe just squish it on this axis though. And then we'll give it some bumpy. Like that. And I want it to be like a linen texture. So I'll drop in a fabric. Highlight 4 times. Of course, make it a little darker, a little grungier. Don't want it to be pink at all. Irregular linen. Meh. Can't really say I'm a fan. Something like that. And then we'll drop in template flat. Boom. Wrap. Grunge. Fill. Wrap. You know what? I'm going to copy the anisotropic and then put the grunge anisotropic. That way it will tile perfectly. Good. It looks good. Loading. And then I'm going to make another layer here called ditch. We'll add a paint layer. Call this bracer. Go to the trail here. And we're going to do a bit of this. And the size. Turn up that spacing. Follow path. All right, good stuff. Check. Guess you can't quite close it. That's pretty close. Okay, good step. Then we'll add some height. Make it darker stitching with no roughness. A little bit smaller. I have the path selected, now I do. One. Pretty small. It's pretty small. Go the other way. A little bit bigger. On the path, say 0.5. A little less spacing, 50. Cool. That adds a decent amount. It's okay. I think we're looking good. Shit. I moved things. I moved things. I should not have moved things without having backed up their original position. Oh well. Well, small issue, but gonna be a little annoying to deal with. Okay, not too bad. Right about there, I would guess. Okay, Control A, all transforms. In fact, I need to do that for everything right here. Oh, back. Put this here. Maybe this will be a separate item, but everything should be set transforms for now. Why is that breaking? It's the multi-res that's breaking? Okay. Weird. Oh, sorry. It's the wrong thing. This is the right thing. Okay. Still wants to break. So I think we have to mesh them first. So we're going to take them all, we're going to mesh them. Then we're going to set the transforms. Because we have to. There's no other way to do that, pretty much. Ooh, these are still quite dense right here. Um, looks good. Okay. Mesh, all transforms. I could go ahead and combine them now, but I think we'll just do it one part at a time. Okay, so we've got the separate pieces now. Okay. Whoa. And the fun part is I can always mirror these pieces. So if I wanted someone to have like a full set of armor, I can mirror a lot of these, or some of them. Okay, low level goblin. Dang it. This trim should not be there. So we're going to save, file, open up the painting version. Go to solid. Go. Back to here. Refresh the mesh. Good. Okay. Fine. Export them textures. All right. So now we want to rig this to the goblin. What's the best way to do that, actually? Do I combine it here? I probably want to combine it in the main version of the character. There's nothing to rig here. There's no character. Oh, we also need to make fingernails. Fingernail stamp. So we can stamp some easy fingernails in there. Okay, So that means we need a new collection for pretty much everything that isn't the goblin. Move it into that new collection. We'll call goblin armor. These can be deleted. We don't need them anymore. All right, but we still have the weapons. Not only do we have the weapons still, we also do need to make armor for the ogre. So I'm going to link our ogre. We'll object make library override. And then I'm going to duplicate the goblin armor, rename it to ogre armor. Let's see, can I just what can I fit onto the character from what we've made for the goblin? Loincloth. Cool. Little sumo wrestler belt. I think for this one, we would have to get rid of this one. Hello, Zaraj. Have I heard about the Mikoverse game upcoming? I have. It looks interesting. I'm intrigued by it, but at the same time, it's hard to know which platform is going to be exactly what I'm looking for. So I have good feelings. They funded more than 166K. Nice. I'm not surprised. I'd be a little sad if they didn't. Miko's a pretty well-known name in space. In the space. Think they can beat VR chat? No. No, I don't. That's not in my mind, they're not making themselves competition because or they're not trying to compete because they're targeting streamers and like streamer audiences. So it's not built for like, as far as I can tell, it's not built for um, like mass multiplayer. It seems more like VTubing plus, which isn't a there's a lot of merit to that, but I think that they're not quite the same. They're not targeting the same audience as far as I can tell. Plus, like they're doing things like, oh, you can use Lumen and Nanite and things like that, which is super cool, super open to that. But that would pretty much immediately exclude most people, the like the majority of people from playing it because that means you require probably a pretty hefty computer. I don't think it could compete with VR chat, at least with its reach. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I, I'm prone to um, what would be the word? Rambling and stuff. I can keep going if you'd like. I think that Resonite is going to be the best competition against VR chat. Because there's just so much you can do with it. I don't play VR chat on Miko first, but it's interesting to watch and listen to your thoughts. Well, good. Good. I'm definitely going to be paying very direct attention to the Mikoverse. Like, I would just love to see what comes of it. And I think only good things can come from it. Like, anything that helps create desire in like people for more like VR and that kind of stuff, streaming, VTubing, like that's all a big win in my book. It helps my bottom line and every other VR creator's bottom line to have more people interested in the space. So I think it's a very healthy thing, and I do wish them the best. Will you play Mikoverse when it's out for everyone? I will definitely take a look at it. Yes. I'm definitely gonna see what it's about. Hello, Zig FamK 123321. Welcome. But yeah, for Micoverse, I would love to see what kind of features and functionality they're adding, and spend some time investigating that. This armor was much easier to adapt than I expected. I was expecting this to be quite painful, but it's actually really fun. And gives me a lot of hope for any future sets of armor that I'm making. One size fits all, exactly. But hello, Zig. How is your Wednesday going? I totally thought it was Wednesday yesterday. I spent most of yesterday going, oh, I can't believe it's Wednesday. When it is, in fact, not Wednesday. Whoops. It's been great. I see you're working on mobs, or is that an avatar? I will sell it as an avatar. It will be available for people to purchase, but it is generally a more of a. It's going to be one of the mobs for my D&D sessions, because I'm trying to do more role playing and Resonite, and in VR chat as well. I think role playing is the future of VR and just gaming in general. But yeah, we're making good progress. We finished the goblin. So here's the ogre. We'll turn him off. And then we also have a goblin with some armor. Move him to the side. Very cool. I'm happy with how they're turning out. Might flip this armor to the other shoulder, just for like a visual difference between the two. So it works better with his tattoo. I've been very interested in VR and was planning on buying one soon. Which headset would you recommend? And also, do they need a computer to run VR chat? So I just got the Quest 3 right here. And it's good. I like it a lot. Generally, the Quest headsets are going to be the best bang for your buck. You can probably get a Quest 2 for like $200 right now. And that'd probably be, if you're just going to be playing VR chat, and that might be a really good entry headset. To go on eBay, look up Quest 2. Probably get one pretty cheap. But in order to do like the high quality stuff, like kind of like even the characters I'm making right here, these would not run on the Quest headset by itself. These would require you to hook up to your PC in order to play that experience. But VR chat's on a bunch of platforms. They're on Android phones, they're on Quest headsets, they're on PC, and each of those, so you can play it on all of those platforms, but you'll have a different experience, in terms of who you can see and what worlds you can visit. That is weird right there. Want to visit one of the sleep worlds and cuddle with random people. Well, I definitely think there are some um, quest cuddle worlds. So if that's what you're looking for, I have a feeling you will find it quite easily. All right, they look pretty darn good. I might get rid of these smaller belts on him later, but for now, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. What's a general idea of your D&D for the people watching? How will you get to join? Well, I have some people from chat. I have some members of chat that are already joining and playing. Um, the goal is to bring in people from the stream. I would like to make what I do with the D&D to be like my main thing that I'm doing on stream. Um, that's the hope, at least. Uh, so that's kind of what I'd like it to be. And I think we will get there. We've already made quite a bit of progress. Um, but it won't just be like me preparing everything beforehand. My goal is really to kind of get a community of creators here, people that want to like build a set, build build the environment with me. Because I think that's very doable in games like Resonite, because you can make things while you're in world, and I think that's pretty cool to me. It is the future to me. I think that if VR chat doesn't eventually do something like that, then other games will eventually pass it up. Um, in terms of, because in Resonite you can like make things while you're in the world, you can edit the world while you're in it. Everything's real time and multiplayer, which I love. I think that that's just the coolest thing ever. I could ramble more, but so that's the general idea. Use Resonate, which is a VR social platform, to do D&D experiences. All right, those guys look pretty good. What if this person, me, can't contribute to anything but would love to join and build a story with y'all? Well, my while I'm making these assets, I will be making them available to purchase. So you can always use the characters to tell your own stories. I'd also love to have it so, like, if I'm part of the dungeon master crew, that there are people who are actively playing like the minions. So, like, for example, these guys here, like if the players were fighting a bunch of goblins and ogres, I would love to have people being those goblins and ogres in the meantime, so that they can like act and react to the story. So you'd have like like normally in D&D it's just the dungeon master and the players, but I'd love to start bringing in people to fill in the other roles, NPCs, enemies, helping me break things apart, change things in the world in real time. I think all of that's doable and would be fun. So like a player could be the villain of the story and is like a semi GM. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I think I would have like, I don't know what to call them. I'm calling it, it's like the DM crew, dungeon master crew. There needs to be like another word for like a player that's not a player, but you can't use NPC because then it's a non-player character, implies like it's an AI. Anyway, I'm just getting into the weeds there, but uh, oh, oh, I see. I see. That's why it broke. Good. Good. All right. I think these two are good. Now we just need to rig them. I think we keep these as separate objects, so I can create some variants of the characters really easily. Like just turn these on or off. Because I think that in Resonite, I can merge everything down. Well, here's an idea. Why can't there be GM considers as gods, then guide different factions? Like for the villains, have one of the GMs that guide their story. They'll probably create a sixth story where everyone's actions could affect each other. I'd be down to try something like that. For now, at the moment, it seems simpler to me to just focus on like one group of players. But I could easily imagine a world where it's like you have multiple player parties that are like a big open world, multiple player parties that each have their own DM, and then the DMs collaborate when those parties meet up. I mean, that'd be super cool. But I think for now, my goal is to just take what's kind of that core D&D experience and see how far I can push just that before kind of breaking the mold. Because I think just taking D&D and putting it so you feel like you're in it is already very compelling, and I think people would be quite excited for. But I like your thinking, Zig, and that is kind of what I'm hoping to encourage. Is like I'll have my campaign, but I would love to have other people doing their own campaigns. But doing it all in Resonite makes it very easy to share assets, to work together on things, to branch off and do other projects. So I think like with building the community on top of Resonite, um, we can accelerate. We can do a lot of different things. Not standing up now. All right, we're gonna put this armor. Go to the Goblin. Do I combine it here though? I guess I do. I combine it with the Goblin. We keep the pieces separate, then I can destroy them or change them as I see fit. So we'll do File, Append, Gobbo Armor, Collection, Goblin Armor. Okay. Then for a few of these, we're going to add a mirror with no merge, because I want a few of these items to be able to be on both, and then I can turn them off separately. No idea how usable these mimic models are going to be, but it's a lot of fun to make them. Well, that's the important part, and I'm quite excited. I'm quite excited about them. And then these ones can copy this. That should be good. Okay. Now we'll rig these one at a time. And we're going to make a new collection called underscore data or underscore data transfer. No, underscore hidden underscore data transfer. One concern I have with VR DnD is that it feels slow and not smooth. I think those are just engineering issues. Like it definitely could feel very different to play it. Um, but like right now in normal D&D, it's like, oh, what's that spell again? I have to look it up. It's like there's a lot of advantages to having all of that digitally. Very easy to look up information, bring in new things, stuff like that. But I'm not necessarily interested in making it feel like a video game. I just want to make the most compelling role play experience, not a video game experience. Let's take the legs. Duplicate, separate. And so for these, we'll rename them to data transfer legs. Delete one leg, add a mirror to this one. I don't need to add a mirror actually. Should be fine. But we will send it to hidden data transfer. Then we'll do the same with the forearms. But like with uh with Resonite, you can like make spells. So for example, like if I had my wizard, I could literally make a magic wand in Resonite that contains every spell that I have. And like that would certainly speed up me figuring out how I can do certain things. Like that's just a win there. That's just a win in my eyes. Torso, yeah, then we'll do just the torso. And a little bit of the arm. Duplicate, separate. And call this one underscore data transfer torso. Okay, now that we've created these different sections, for each of these pieces, I can go in, select the one that I want. So example, the torso, and just transfer the weights over. And then parent it to, let me grab all of these objects and parent them to the rig, child them to the rig, child parent, armature deform. Cool, there's one. Forearm, transfer, forearm, transfer. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yes. Yes. And then, for the bag, good question. The bag, I could just make a static object. I don't know how that exports though. If I made it a separate bone, I could detach it pretty easily. Little weird setup there. Not sure the best way to handle items on a character. Maybe I shouldn't even include the bag with him. I don't know. Okay, let's do the loincloth. For this one, I think we'll do the torso again. Transfer. Good. Yeah, works well. All right. Bring this back. Select these. Select the cloth here. Hide the cloth. This one, we're also just going to do data transfer torso. All right. Now, do I make bones for the loincloth? Yes, I do. That's the only way that works. So we'll make bones here. Boom. 3 bones. 3 bones, probably fine. Okay. Select all of these. Go to the bone name. And we'll call it cc underscore loincloth. Copy to select. That should put in order. It does. And then this one, loincloth. Back. Copy to selected. Then open this up. Keep that offset. All right. And then weight paint. Boom. 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 Okay. And for this one, boom. 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 All right. One change though is that the root should also have a lot of influence on them. There we go. And then we can recombine these. Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. And we're sitting back down. And we're sitting back down. Cool. So now all the armor fits him. But the bag. I feel like I could just import it with it separate and then just add it. Because it's going to import right here. I might as well just keep it as a separate object. That way, we'll just drop it in. Okay. Cool. I'm going to take the armor, drop it in here so we have it in a separate collection. Easier to control there. Belt, waist. This isn't a loincloth. What do they call it? No, this is a loincloth. Yeah, loincloth. Chest wrap or holder. Wrist bracer left. I'm going to separate them in just a moment. Wraps, arm wraps. Left. Thigh panels. Greaves. Is that the word for them? Greaves? No, greaves are for the shin. Or no. Armor that protects the legs. Looks like it's mostly the shin. Armor pieces. They're called the cuisses. Strange. Wait, pouch. I'll just say pouch. All right. Then for these ones here, I will apply the mirror. Select this side, pop it off, rename it to bracer right. Take this, apply the mirror. You guessed it. Bam, bam, bam. And lastly, the arm wraps. Okay. There we go. Darn, this is at 94,000, which will mark it or will rank it differently. I could probably get rid of a decent amount of edges here to get it under that count. Yes, definitely here. And the bevel of Do I need to? I mean, it's super close even without the armor. Like I can try to optimize the armor, but I'm not going to get under 70,000 just editing the armor. All right, we'll leave that as is. But dope, he is rigged. Nice. No longer naked. And now we'll go to the ogre. And we're going to say file, append, ogre, armor. And we got to do some similar things. All right. Great stuff. Okay, now we're going to make another collection, which we'll call underscore hidden underscore data transfer. That right here. Actually delete this. Hide that. Then go to just the ogre body. And just like before, on the goblin, we're doing the same stuff. We're just isolating some of our body chunks so that when we take the information from them, not getting influenced by anything other than what we want. Cool, forearm done. Send that to hidden. Time for the leg. I just need this leg. Data transfer. Leg. Then and just the torso. Grow that a little. Remove the neck. Remove the legs. Duplicate torso. Then send that back to data transfer. Save. All right. Okay. Now we can go to all of these. Get the mesh data transfer. Actually, select all objects in our armor. Print this to the armature. Then we can do our transfer. These two can be combined. Data transfer torso, transfer. Then the leg. This one should also be the torso. I guess we didn't bring the pouch. No, it's here. Again, I'm not going to be moving the pouch. That's just going to export with them. Why did we lose our info here? No, it's moving. Okay. Oh, gotcha. But this stayed. Good stuff. Okay. Now, take a little sip. Gonna go back to our goblin. Gonna go. How are we gonna do that actually? Can I just copy these out? Copy. Paste. Interesting. So I'm going to go back to the ogre. Going to turn everything off. Grab the scene selected and paste it. Then take these, invert, delete everything else. Darn, it did take literally the whole step. So we'll just remove that. Take the original rig, delete it. Should now have just these bones. Right. Now that we've done this, we will combine them directly with our main rig. Which is a little messed up. That root positioning is not quite right. Oh. Okie doke. Take these ones, apply the mirror. Separate that. Arm wraps right. All right. Now everything is good. Sorry. The hair could use some work, some twerk. Goblin crew. Goblin crew. All right, we just did a lot of work. We just did a lot of work. Ugh. Getting a call, everyone. One moment. All right. I'm back. Quick call. Now we can do a little bit more fine tuning. Java. Okay. So now let's begin exporting. So we've separated everything. Everything's separate. Everything's rigged. We can go ahead and get this moving. So there's an export folder that should be, yeah, I'm in the right folder. Java 01 fixrig. Did I should have double checked that I rigged the faces. Pretty sure I did, but the blinks can use some work. Excuse me. All right, 20. Oh, come on. N is just standard blink. Then blink left. Then blink right. Okay. Now I've got all the blinks. Nice. Okay. Go ahead and bake again. Bring all our shape keys back. Save. Export again. Boom. I do need to update the textures though. Because we want to make a nice fingernail. And okay, let's make that really quick. So I'm gonna make a plane, duplicate the plane. We're gonna add a subdivision to first one. Turn that way up. Break it. Got it both ways. Then just looking at my own fingernail for reference. It's kind of pointed in a way. And then should be curved. Okay. We're going to put this in 2024 resources. Substance, I suppose, like a new one called fingernail. And here will be our Blender file. Fingernail. Save. Slap in a solidify. Make that a bit bigger. Then duplicate the subdivision. Throw that on the bottom. Okay. Call this finger nail. And this one will be finger nail underscore hide poly. Get rid of the light, get rid of the camera. All right. Brand new. I actually should probably put this in products because I can sell fingernail stamp pretty easily. But not at the moment. Nice rounded shell. Good stuff. Um, what would the baked opacity be? What would that name be? There is no map that bakes, so let's go back really quick. Make sure we turn on opacity for our bake. I guess I could bake this as a smart material. Hmm. Maybe. Still like to bake into the texture. Hey, Marsha Smith 1, thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're working on a fingernail right now. We have to make some fingernails for our goblins here that we've been working on the past few days. My day's going well. My day is going well. Feeling happy with my progress. How's your day going? I can blur it. The other one. All right, let's make the crescent now. Call this the white. And if it loads, I'll be able to move. Drop another base layer here. Should be what? A pinkish color. Like that. My day is fantastic. Well, that is good. Good. Can I ask you something? Absolutely. And then the white. Add a fill. Fluorescent. Tiling. None. I see. Needs to be rotated. No, I don't require any assistance, but I wish you well looking for work. There we go. And we'll do a filter blur. Bam. Somewhere right about there. A little bit sharper. then that looks like a fingernail, right? I think so. All right, so go ahead and save that there. And file, export textures. Hello, Sky. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good job working on the chest. Looking very good. Fingernail looking good. Better look like a fingernail. We'll call this fingernail 1. Oh, ginger nail. How about fingernail? And for the channel, yeah, the bake is clipping. Well, if you'd like, I can show you how to make a cage, or how I make a cage, and that may be what you're looking for. Mixed AO, opacity, and normal. See, I want these two mixed, so I'm gonna do file, export. I'm gonna make a new template, which we'll call substance stamp. Oh. Is there enough? I just woke up though. Give me a bit to wake up, then I'll get on it. Need coffee to function. There is no rush. Hello, Zoom. Good morning. Good morning to you, Zoom. How is your day going? What is this out export? My day is going great. I had cake. I'm jealous. I would love some cake. I would love some cake. We'll just do just these two for now. Oh, did I close my folder? A gosh darn. The albedo shouldn't be black. It should look like this. Diffuse. Converted. that should be right. Excuse me. Excuse me. We're gonna add one more, and then we'll move on. Substance stamp. I would just like to also add in the opacity. Right. We'll call it alpha actually. Okay, and then let's go back to our Gabo. And why do I keep closing this folder? Just pure instinct. All right, let's see. Oh, not the armor. The actual Gabo. Then I'm going to create a folder here called fingernails. And I would have really liked to use the normal. And alpha. And the crescent. Well, let's just try with one for now. So if let's turn this off really quick. I'm gonna add a paint layer. And in the paint, I can set this to, that's not how that works, is it? No, it is, because I can turn off everything in this layer and then add a fill here. And then the fill can be a planar projection. And this allows me to stack multiple materials in here. Such as the normal. Drop in. Call it finger nail. Texture. All right. Now I have a little bump I can move around. Can't say this is exactly what I'm looking for. I guess in the meantime, I will just drop this in. Give it the color. I do need to, should be like this. Beta transparency. Fingernail. So why isn't it exporting all of the color? If I go to output templates, our standard one, which one is this? Grabbing base color. So diffuse and base color, not the same thing. So this one, base color goes here. Export. Save. Back to our other Gabo. Never mind, that should have updated it. Back to the fingernail. Export textures. I'm exporting the right spot. I'm using the right template. Just substance stamp. This is using the base color here. I'm going to delete that one and just re-export. There we go. Maybe I hadn't re-exported it. Just no, don't matter. Okay, and now in this fill, fingernail. In the paint fill, we can add this texture and drop that right in there. Bada boom. Okay. I call this template fingernail 01. Mark it a smart material. I can't create a smart material. Why is that? Because it has to be in a folder. Okay. Go. And we'll just keep going. You're like a kid witnessing magic trick wall. Well, good. Label place. Do these not blend? That's not really a concern because I can just duplicate the whole thing and then move. So there we go. Yeah, I really like using, if I can turn it into a stamp or something, anything that allows me to reuse it later, it's the best. I love that feeling. Oh, cool. Now I just have fingernails. Behold, fingernail. The only problem is I have to do this to both sides. Be a little challenging. That certainly makes them look more realistic. Though, I do wish we could change a few things about them altogether because I don't want them to look like so clean and pink. uh, they should look a little fucked up. Mm, my fingers are a little rough there. All right, so fingernails, left hand. Then I'm going to duplicate this one, move it up, out, into its own layer, which I'll call nails. Okay. Then we can put this in its own folder called nails, which we can drag right here. I think I can add an anchor point to this. And then above this, make a fill with a mask. And in the mask, we use that anchor point I just made, nails, and we tell it to reference their base color. And then that way I can change the color of them, make them nice and yellow. And actually I will switch the fill to opacity, which should normal. Extract alpha. There we go. And I can just do base color that way too. No. Normal. Better. Then we'll set it to overlay. That color again. Do like a yellow. Nasty, nasty yellow. It's a little too yellow. And they're way too glossy. Cool. Those came out pretty darn well, I would say. And I'm actually going to do this, make a folder, call it nail tweaks. Take the mask, drop it there. Copy the mask. Copy the mask. Copy mask. Now the tint's still in there. Cool. And then we'll also take the height. Push it down. Wow. All right. Now those are some nasty nails. Good. And we'll drop in another template, flat. This one I'm actually going to rename, so template massive 50K cheered 10 bits. Thank you. Let me load up my Streamlabs so I can read that message. But thank you for the bits, massive. Hello. We're working on some nails, some fingernails. Have you changed your live broadcast location? Indeed, I have. I'm in a new apartment. So much room for activities. Yeah, we've got a lot of space here, which is pretty exciting. Oh, a lot of room for VR, so I think we'll be trying to make the most of it as time goes on. But welcome back. Hope you're having a good one, Massive. Yeah, let's overwrite it. Normal map combined. I don't think that's how it should work. Just a guess there. Just a little guess. Just weird to me that I can't use both at the same time. Crop the shape. Hey! Massive, thank you for the bits again. Cheers. Will you stream tomorrow? Yes, I will be here for the rest of the week. So I should be a lot of weird schedule stuff the last few weeks, last month or so. But we're back to our normal schedule, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Back in business, baby. Nice. Those are really satisfying to add, honestly. Didn't quite expect the fingernails to be like that fun to add. Right, and a template anisotropic. That's what I was going to do. Add a fill. Add an anisotropic. Bam. And we'll go ahead and make that a smart material because I use that so often. Usually for stuff like this. And the goal here is to get some like grooves on the nails. Grooves. A little bit of crunchiness to them. Get them crunchy. All right. And lastly, those toenails. Give me your toenails. They're mine. In the future, I think I'll do what I can to make sure that I bake them into the bake. Or maybe make them a mesh unto themselves. I feel like I probably should. All right, but they look decidedly nasty, so I'm into it. I'm into it. Very cool stuff. Okay. Oh. So now I want to see what he looks like in here with fingernails. So load him, reload him up. Delicious. These are the 4K textures, so they're a little nicer, but just funny to me how like they go from just lumps of clay immediately to looking like hands. It's pretty cool. I should get a little finger whorl stamp. Finger wrinkle. Is that a thing? I wonder if I have a whorl of fingerprints, but I don't see a knuckle wrinkle. What would you call that? I actually do have one search result. Could work. But I'm kind of interested in seeing if we can make it with an alpha generator through Photoshop. I'm being a little extra right now, but I'm enjoying it, so bear with me. So we'll say finger or knuckle, wrinkle, close up, stock photo, alpha texture, black and white. Knuckle, wrinkle, close up, alpha texture. I didn't like the word knuckle. Some sort of filter. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Ooh, that looks gross, whatever it is. All right, there's no reason to do it like this. We can go hand, close up, detail. Gosh, that's icky. Yeah, that just looks a little disturbing. Actually, I meant to should have included black and white, centered. All right, one more time. I mean, that's basically what I'm looking for right there. Ugh, this part with these little soft wrinkles. Um, let's try one more time. Yikes. Okay, I could go with this using this one. And then I also found a good image of a hand, just in general. Um, and we'll just take one of these. This one looks kind of prototypical finger. Knuckle, wrinkle, O1. Does it really need an O1? I guess I'll make more eventually. Something like that, and then I'll just paint some edges out on the sides and stuff. All right, file, export texture. 2024, resources, alphas. Where did I put this object? It's in product? No. Avatars, bases. Where is this file? File. Photoshop Go file. Okay. Not here. Or save as. Good. Resources, brushes, Photoshop. Okay. Okay. I'm making a brush. That's was the distinction there. Let's say skin. File. Export. Skin. Or no. Wrinkle. Knuckle. All right. Then we can go back to Photoshop here. Start it. Take this knuckle wrinkle, which we'll put in wrinkles. Alpha. Bam. Okay. This is totally extra, but I really wanted to do it. And wrinkles. And height. Barely any visual difference. I'm sure it looks nicer at 4K though. It does. But is it necessary? If I do the color, it's the wrong parts that are colored. So I guess in Photoshop, I actually want this to be inverted. Like this. I guess actually we'll do a levels. In the levels, I can just go, should be a flip option. Switch these two. Can't switch those two. Switch these two. Damn. Okay. All right. Damn Photoshop. Just likes yelling at me. Okay, no color. We will keep the height though. Nice wrinkly hands. I feel like that does add a lot though. We can go ahead and add on here anchor point, and then another template up top called wrinkle edit. Add in that fill with the anchor point hand wrinkles. Right. Set it to mask to view. I guess it's just picking up that. That's fine, because we can get rid of the wrinkle there. Add it here at the top. Back here. Yeah, there we go. Add a fill on top. Set it to reverse subtract. Now I can add the shadows and the wrinkles. We'll give them a little bit of roughness. Pull out the roughness. A little bit of ambient occlusion in there. Yeah, awesome. Now we're getting some very fleshy wrinkles. All right. And we just keep going. Just gonna call this one toe. definitely look gross. That's what I'm about. What I'm about. Switch this back to 2K. Just getting slow. I don't think I'll even be able to see them though. Oh, you can. You can. If I had done that in the sculpture, it would have made this a lot easier. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. All right, that is more than enough detail there. A little too much. But what's nice is in the future we can bake a full mask for all of the avatars we use. So it'll be a little bit more drag and drop than it is right now. See that path forward, making them pretty for annihilation. Excuse me. All right, now our ogre needs some fingernails. But we'll add those in just a second. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick and then we'll return. First, let's look at the. Oh yeah, look at those hand wrinkles. So good. About off to make some dinner for a bit. Sounds good, Zoom. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. We'll switch over to our ogre in the meantime. Ogre. Okay, be right back. This is not the ogre. Oh wait, that's the ogre. I was like, that's just teeth. I got it. All right, fingernails. So I saved one. Didn't I? Didn't I save fingernail? Didn't I save a fingernail? Right, it was wrinkle. One of these? No. Ogre gonna be even more scary. OMG. I guess we'll recreate it again. No, I don't want to recreate it again. Go back to the goblin. And I would like to take nail. I'm going to duplicate this. Now let's do template finger nail 01. Take everything in here. Delete all of them except one. Create smart material. Turn that off. Save. Go back to the ogre. Felt like the Game of Thrones fight against the mountain when he squished my head. Good. And then he popped my head. Then create an anchor point up top. Create the nail tweaks. Add in the fill. The fill will use the anchor point. This anchor point. We have to set the fill to extract alpha. Nice. Then we can also set the layer to overlay. I can tweak the color. Cool. And we'll just duplicate and keep going. Oh, I see. Not nail tweaks. Template. Toenail. Just to finger left. They look like they're getting smaller every time I move them. left hand. Finger right. What if there's a mirror option? That'd be interesting. You could mirror things in this. Bam. All right, right hand. Drop that in there. About the bake clipping, I need to create a box. Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I forgot to go into the details there. Yes, so you'll just want to create a cage around. So the version you're creating now, the simple version is what's actually going to go into the game. So basically, yes, you just create a box that hugs the surfaces, and you can probably use the models you've already made as like a starting point. So you can like take your high poly, create a duplicate, and then extract some points to start with, like corners and things like that. Um, that'll give you like a nice resource of positions that you can just like go ahead and just start with. Like if you take your high poly, extract all the corner vertices, then you can use those to build your low poly quite easily. Not just a duplicate, I scale. So you're not just duplicate. I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Bam, bam, boom. Drop this here. I'll say O's. Foot left foot. Toes. I think it's finally done. Ooh, let's take a look. For making the box, I thought it would be duplicate my chest and skid along normals so it's a bit bigger. Oh, gotcha. So usually what I do, that you probably won't, if you're just going to scale up the normals, then you can just do that in Substance if that's the only edit you're going to make. When I'm making a cage for an object, so let me, I have to back up a little bit. So let's say we have our high poly object right here. We have this bevel right here. I'm going to turn this way up on the bevel. So we have our high poly beveled cube. Which looks very nice. We have what we're baking to. So this one, we're going to bake to it. And then there's usually a third object we can make, which I call the cage. So let's say that, let me change the colors here. So this is the high poly. Make it red. And this one should be a new color. Let's make blue. All right, so you can see that they're clipping, right? So I could just make a duplicate and scale up the normals. But what's nice is to create a third object called a cage. And so to do that, I usually make a displace modifier on my main, the object that I'm baking to. So right here, it makes this It kind of expands it. If I turn it on and off, you can see it's displacing. And it is moving in just the same way, where it's scaling along the normals. And I can change the strength there if I wanted to. But what's really nice is I can actually control it with a vertex group right here. So I could make this kind of even more extreme, make it scale out further, but then we can create a displace vertex group, which I can apply to my displace here. And since there's no information in my vertex group, it just goes to 0. But then I can add a weight paint. By using a weight paint, you can paint each of the points. So for a cube, this example is not necessarily like the best way to bake a cube. But for other objects, especially characters, this is a very useful way because I have my original object. I can edit my UVs. I can do all the changes I want. And then when I need to bake out the cage, I have my cage saved to a vertex group that I can just turn on and export as a new object, a third object. So you'd have three objects you're bringing into Substance. Your low poly, your high poly, and then this cage that you're creating through the displace modifier. And if you don't want the cage, you just turn off the displace. Good to go. It may have been a lot pretty quick, but so what I would say is that cage from low poly, exactly. So take your low poly object, the one that you're going to bake to, the one that you're going to bring in game, and then use the displace modifier with a vertex group in order to create your cage. So I would export my low poly object without the displace modifier active. So just export that, and then I could turn it on to export the cage. And those would be two separate objects once they're exported, but in Blender, they can be one. Hopefully that's clear. That may have been confusing on my part, but and if you'd like me to show you how with your particular model, I wouldn't mind downloading it and just going into the file itself. My general rule for baking with a cage is to make the cage cover your high poly entirely. Just make sure nothing of your high poly is outside of the cage. You don't always need a cage, by the way. Like I generally like using a cage because it helps prevent doing a lot of like painting cleanup where you're trying to like fix the bakes that you made. But you may not necessarily need to approach it that way. If you have multi-res, you won't need it in Blender if you don't use Substance, for example, for normal maps. just to fix those small issues. Well, if I'm looking at my baking settings here in Substance, so this guy is using a cage. I made a cage for him. But if I turn it off, I turn off the cage, there is this max frontal distance right here. And just by moving that, I can adjust the cage. So here you see it's intersecting. So that's what you'd see in Substance on your chest, these red splotches showing up. A simpler way might just be to go into Substance and then just dial this up till you minimize that. But you can create issues where like these things are intersecting right here. And that's why I like to use a cage, because that way I can get it very exact. Get it snug. All right, but we added fingernails. Save that. Export. Didn't seem to fix it this way. I'll try cage just a moment. Gotcha. It's already 11:30. Man, time just flies by. We still need to make a sword and a bow. Sword and a bow. Fingernails upside down. That one's quite small. These toenails are different. Must be because I changed the mapping there. That's okay then. This one is quite small. There. Okay, and then the other hand. Holy shit, load, please. This takes so long. This takes so long. Save. Good stuff. And they're fully rigged now. Very cool. 94,000. Okay. Let's export them one more time. Still a hair card shader. Um, it's always so hard to get the alpha right. You can actually adjust the hair color itself, but that'll work for now. I should have double checked the face rigging for this character. And then we already have shape keys baked. Yes, we do. Then he is good to go. All right. I understand why everything starts flipping from a distance. So what's left? Again, I need to make some weapons. Sword and bow. Weapons. And the main task. We did make the fingernail stamp. Came out well. Okay. But I'd still include the sword in the goblin armor. Well, I don't need to because I want to make a bow. I also want to make a sword. And I want to make a bow, sword, dagger, and the club. Those four things for our characters. So back to goblin armor / weapons. Hello, Rashad. When you're modeling these types of models, do you make a base mesh to save time, or do you always make the models from scratch? I used to be very into um, making the everything from scratch, and I still think that's a very solid method. But now, for both these characters, I have actually used a base template to start them. So we've got the ogre and the goblin here, and I have made them both from a template. So I have my base template, body template right here. And so both of those characters were made by starting with this guy. And basically I just change the proportions as I want and then start sculpting using multi-resolution, which I highly recommend. Multi-resolution is amazing. Hey there, Kai. Hello. Didn't get a test, but glad you found the bug. Yes, yes. You could always put the textures together later once you decide the full kit when combining, as in could always postpone the final optimizations. I'd love to bake things together. I think for this I'll be okay. But in the future, we're going to make a new one right here that is just weapons. In fact, I'm going to make a folder. Goblin weapon. Here, got weapons, save. Gotta delete. No, we need them for sizing. The club next to the ogre. Seems a little big. Seems just a little big. Maybe right about there. And yeah. Hilarious that the base looks completely out of style compared to the others. Reminds me how I make my models using Make Human. I alter them so much they look completely different. It is nice to be able to create things that have a lot of variation, though. I think I find that quite nice, actually. That's a good start. And I'll actually just duplicate this. We'll get a little dagger, which I think for the dagger, I'm going to do a bit of this. Awesome. Okay. For this one, I will add a subdivision. This is going to be the bow. But I feel like I'm going to have a hard time seeing how it's coming together. I can do a very simple bow. I'm actually going to delete everything, put my cursor here, make a circle of 8. 16. Take this side, delete it. All right, that seems more like a bow. Which is pretty close to what I had, to be honest. But actually super close to what I had. Funny. I was hoping for a little variation. All right, let me look up the bow. Bow. Something like that. Okay. So these are going to be all the weapons that I make for these characters. Well, no, I'm gonna make a goblin wizard separately, I think. Perhaps I should have just taken. I should have discussed with people who've already made items like, can I use your asset as a starting point? Solidify. Actually, let me copy it to the rest of them. And then this one, apply. Multi-res. Subdivide. I did not unwrap it before doing that. Be some interesting ways to unwrap this. All right. And we'll turn on Y, this one. All right. So very rough, kind of sharp blade. Something that looks like it was constructed by a bunch of goblins. Page seems to work. Did not fix all the issues, but it did for the clipping. Okay, good. That's good to hear. Is there a weird edge in the middle? Yeah. I could also collapse these edges here, make it extra sharp. I'm gonna start on an. Ew, I don't like them. I don't like goblins. Yeah. I want to start a new item, maybe a barrel. I would the food items I would love to have to get started because I think those will be kind of straightforward in a way, but very good practice for um, the workflow. We do have some barrels already to start, or you have some barrels. Not a lot of barrels, but some. Uh, and I need to spend some time today. Oh, I'm looking at your results right now. Let me just open this up here. I have an apple already, so I'll get some other foods. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, I think like yeah, tavern food would be perfect. So apple, bread, cheese, meat, ale, things like that. Things you would expect to see in a. So right here, these harsh edges here that you're, the kind of pixelated edges that you're seeing, um, that is from you having your edges marked sharp in the cage or in the low poly version. So you want to make sure that in your low poly version, your sharps are removed, because that will affect your edge. but it is looking quite good. There is no sharp. Interesting. Only creases. Gotcha. Is there a seam there then? Anyway, it doesn't matter. If you would like to go ahead and just zip up your files, you could zip together your Blender file and your Substance file all into one zip. Oh, actually, I'm so you can send me just the Blender file for now. Just the Blender's fine because I can recreate the Substance bake on my side. So yeah, just the Blender file. Sorry to go back and forth there. Keeping you on your toes. Hello, Kelsey. Welcome. So many notifications. Oh. For my stream or hello? But hello, Kelsey. Welcome back. I'm doing quite well. Hope you're having a great day. I am just about to go on lunch, but we will be streaming. Look at what we've been making. We've been making D&D related stuff. Discord lol. Gotcha. Oh, look. Look at these two boys we made. They're looking really good. They are looking good. I have been checking out VR chat, so that's been so much fun. Good. I've never done that before. Okay, heck yeah. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. Certainly a wild little world that is VR chat. So for those D&D models, do you make the worlds too, or have one where you would do them? So we are going to be making a lot of the D&D stuff that I'm wanting to do will be in Resonite. So I have a few worlds that I've started in there. Resonite's very similar to VR chat, if you don't know, if you're not familiar. Another VR social platform, but you can do a lot more stuff in it. Okay, yeah, I wasn't. But yeah, it's awesome. It's very cool, very interesting stuff. So I'm going to be building some worlds. We've already gotten like 1 or 2 kind of test worlds started, mostly just for figuring out things as we make them. Kind of doing 2 things at once, which is like trying to play and then also trying to make things at the same time. But I know we're having a lot of fun. Sky here has been making assets. Same with Arctic. Same with Snardom. Nammer's out there. So we're kind of starting to get coordinated and making a large experience, and I think we really could make some stuff really quick. But it's Blender 4. Is that okay? Gotcha. We'll find out. We will see. I don't know if that's an issue or not. It's still making this edge. That must be from me moving things around. This. I'll open up that file in just 1 second, Sky. Sorry for the delay. An issue for what exactly? If you did rigging in 4 and want to work it in 3.6, you probably shouldn't even when not. As half listening. We're not sure if there's going to be an issue. I'll get on a banana. I mean, I'll work on a banana. Leave that banana alone. Otherwise, your principled shader is different now in 4.4 plus. Also, so maybe it won't pick up everything I corrected, but that's okay. Probably still should work. Okay, so here's the low poly, 8,000. That's pretty good. Does look very realistic already. I'm assuming the other one is the high poly. We'll go to UV editing really quick. All right. And so it's the buttons and the top and bottom for the most part. Okay. Everything's looking pretty good. You could probably trim down some of the little handles here if you wanted to, but they're pretty good overall. Looking at the larger objects, though, I definitely think a UV map. So a lot of the edges that you're seeing and your in here. So these here, what you're seeing is the mismatch in the pixel alignment on your object. So basically, oops, save and close that. Basically, this section here, let's say, these are curved objects. So I'm going to go ahead and just show you how I would UV unwrap it, because I think everything's really solid. You'll just be able to avoid a lot of these pixelization issues if you simply UV map it a little bit different. So I'm going to show you how I would do that. We'll start with the top. I'm going to clear your seams. And we'll select the very bottom, just under the bevel. And then now we can select that whole bottom section and unwrap it. And we get this one large chunk. Like here. And then you can just take both sides of it, point to, pin them, and scale them on the x-axis to 0. In fact, let me redo that. And redo that. And there's my there we go. I want to turn on screencast keys. Okay, now it should show up on my keys here. All right. Good. So now you can see my keys. Oh, we select the bottom. I cut out just the bottom there. And then select both of these edges. Bam. So shift, then control, point to for individual origins, pin them, and then scale on the x-axis to 0. Do the same at the top. Bam. Turn on live unwrap. And now everything's in this nice square. For the bottom, at least. Then we can invert our selection. Unwrap it again. We do have this little tiny piece of something. I'm guessing this is a hidden face somewhere. You know what? I actually changed my mind. Going to, what's this right here? This is what it is. I'm assuming that's, yeah, one of those. It was just a little screw. Just a little screwy. You know, I actually changed my mind. I'm going to take the bottom cut I did here, get rid of it, and then select this edge. And clear this one. And grab from here to here. And mark the seam again. So now it should just be this bottom chunk plus the edges, which we can unwrap. Now we've got this nice shape. So screw up. You're fired. And we're just going to straighten out the bottom here. That's it. First item I'm making is the pun corner. the pungeon. Like a pun dungeon, a pungeon. All right, but now we have the bottom completely separated. And we'll take the top, unwrap it, and we'll just do the same thing. Grab the edges. Point two, pin like that. Then do the same thing, but on the, again, just making sure we're selecting the very outside edge for both of them. Bam. And SX0. Boom. And unpin these. What's the point two? Point two? I'm not sure what that's referring to. Or what the point two. Or did I do point two something? And then we'll bring these in. Oh, I'm not sure. Then pin them. Gotcha. I'm not sure what my point two comment was referring to, but to pin them, just make them red there is a super useful method. Sorry, not to lose track of my own comments here, but it happens. And pin those. Then we'll take the inside edge here, bring that in. And we're just going down, making sure there's no overlap. Okay, that should be good. If I was really, really interested in this, I could go ahead and straighten out everything, like make these lines, because it is a very flat surface. And so there might be a benefit in going in and just making sure each of these is straightened. So this is an example. Point two. And we're going to do this for a lot of them. A little extra, but it will make better results because, again, your UV map is a grid of pixels. So if you can make your UV maps align to that grid, then you can prevent a lot of issues. If I go to, let's actually go to our material here. We're going to add a UV map. Huh. That was weird. Okay. Make a color grid, and you can see how even they are now. And lastly, do the same for top here. Right. If I wanted to make it flat, I'd temporarily cut off the side, select the lid, and use fall active quads on one face to make a straight on XY, then remove the cut from the side, something like that. If I want the perfect squares like that, just me shouting random options from the side. I don't use the follow active one very often. I'll have to check it out. There we go. All right. Now we can do the main box. For the main box, I will clear all the seams we have in there already. And again, we just want it to unfold like a box. So you're just going to look for the main edges here. Do the main edges there. And then there is a slight. I think for something like this, for this triangle, I'd rather have it there. So it's a triangle like that. Boom. Boom. Like right now, I'm mainly using the scale to grid by shape, pack islands, and smart UV project. Um, there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just a trade-off, right? Just you're just trading time for um, texture irregularities. But it's certainly not a wrong way to approach it. Did I already mark that as a seam? I guess so. There's some hotkey happening. I feel like it's marking a seam before I press it. It's already red. Once I do that, it's already... Is that a feature? I've never used that before. Control click select, yes. Tag seam, interesting. Pretty useful, actually. I may steal that. Give it to me! Box down left, okay. All right, now we're gonna go in and grab these edges, and we're gonna do the exact same thing of just squaring everything. Point to 2, bam. Go the other direction. Get our bottoms now. Bam. Okay. And I don't see any overlap on the inside, so that should be good. All I'd really want to do now is square our edges. So I'll add a cursor. And it should just be these top ones. Boom. So many tiny little dots. Another, well, I don't know if you could, I don't think you can unwrap and then bevel them. That probably creates some issues. Oh, it's already 12:20. Okay, I'm gonna finish up UV unwrapping this, and then we'll move. Then I'll go to lunch. To scale a straight line straight, you press S and middle mouse button. I'm using middle mouse just to move around. To scale it straight, first, there's a few different ways you can scale, but if I just have a general selection, my median point selection, I can just grab a few vertices. I hit pin, and then S for scale, so I'm scaling. And then I constrain that to just the x-axis, and then I hit 0. Boom. And enter. For some reason, it doesn't show those, but yeah, pin and scaling on an axis to 0. So usually I'm either doing the horizontal x-axis or vertical, the y-axis. There's no third axis here. Yeah, absolutely. I guess, yeah, I guess it has to be like that. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead, take some of these axes, point 2, and vertically. That. How do I straighten those all at once? So when you have selections, there's a few different ways up to determine the pivot. And one of those options is individual origins. So basically, every separate selection, you get to do the same operation on all of them. And sense, now to chill and not think of things to mimicify. There's a shortcut for that? Yes. If you hit period on your keyboard right next to the question mark, then it'll bring up the option, and then you just press whatever number you want. So 2, 4, 6, or 8 is your choices. Yeah, it's super helpful. You know, it's a nice thing and a tough thing that Blender has so many hotkeys. Like, it gives you a lot of freedom. You can it's almost like playing a video game after a while. You know, you're just macroing. But it does. It's like there are a lot of things, little things to remember. That's for sure. Pie menus are nice. They are. Yeah, I want to get that custom pie menu one. That's been on my to get for a while. And then we're just going to scale these in a little. All right, that should be good. And then, of course, this is the interior of the chest. And this time I'm just going to cut it on in the UV map. It's a little bit easier to see what's going on. Perfect. Rotate. Rotato. Point 2. Pin and flatten. And pin and flatten. Actually, take that back. Let me back up just 1 second. And I should have included these top ones here. That would have made it a lot easier last time. Boom. And then from here to here, and here, here. Nice. Right. Two. Bam. Bam. Okay. Blender's like operating an airplane sometimes. Then someone comes by and tells you how they fly, and you think, are we even in the same vehicle? I never knew that. So many ways to roam. Absolutely. Okay. So now, if I select everything, I should have these really big selections, big old chunks, and everything else. Everything else. So we'll select all these things, hide them, and now we just have our little latches and smaller objects. A lot of itty bitty tiny stuff. So to start with, we'll grab these. Invert our selection. And invert that selection again. Because these are on the inside, we don't need those. You definitely could delete those if you want. I'm going to go ahead and do that for now. Because these are stationary, static pieces, and they're not going to be seen. Okay. So for this one, oh, they're attached. Gotcha. Okay. For this object, it may have been easier to just keep the little string separate. But that's a pretty small nitpick. Definitely don't have to. I think how you set it up is totally fine. But for the little ring here, if you had kept it separate, you could have had it. It would have been easier to unwrap, and then you could have had the ability to rotate it later if you wanted to. But genuinely very minor. Okay, so we'll take this edge, clear them or mark them, and then take this middle edge. Is that the middle? Is that the middle? I think so. And then there is actually a little hidden face in here. That can be done. Hey, there's no need to do it now. I think we're just gonna get this working for baking, and in the meantime, I think moving on to the food is totally fine. Yeah, actually, for these pieces, I think the smart unwrap is just fine. I mean, the handles, there are a lot, it's a lot of extra space just for these little handle rings. Um, nice. Perfect. There's one. Cool. I don't get how it gave me 6 islands when there's only 2 handles. So the smart UV project is not actually very smart. It just pulls apart things based on the normals. So how much does this section of mesh face the same direction as the other faces around it? So that's why you get seams here, because these faces are all facing that direction, a common direction. Whereas this one is, for circles, it's pretty decent at figuring out if they connect, but generally it's a little wonky for the most part. Oops. And then just go ahead, do a bit of this. Bam. Learning a ton here. Good, good. Yeah, I think this is generally how I think I'll do the kind of mentorship, or what would be the right word? Journeyman apprenticeship. Um, is have you work for a little bit, come back, review, do edits for things that need them, and then move on. You can unwrap one by one and then put them together. I didn't know that. It's really nice. Yeah, the unwrap option is only for what you have selected. The exception to that is the live unwrap here will sometimes move things that you don't have highlighted. So it might tweak some things. So you do want to be a little bit careful with the live unwrap, but generally it's okay. Generally it's fine. This one's perfect. So it's still unwrapped oddly. Once it's unwrapped, you can come back to them. Yes, I generally just unwrap everything, and then I come back to it when I'm actually arranging the different pieces together. So I tend to break that up a little. All right, these are all connected here. Actually, I'm just gonna clear seam. I'm gonna put But on the back, yeah, and you can work on multiple different objects too at the same time. Um, so you don't have to combine things into one object to unwrap them. Should be on. Oh, here we go. There we go. Nice. So, bada boom. And then we'll do the same for these edges with 0.2. This being the exception here. Just kind of squish it in a little. All right. Then this part here. With the tag seam option, every time you select an edge with the control click, it marks the seam. Gotcha, gotcha. That is very useful. It's like you're slicing as you're going. I do like that. We can delete these here. We just gotta cut them. You gotta cut them. Awesome. I think we need to edit that much. This one, I just want to 0.2 and go. And on this side, same thing. Select the bottom, mark the seam, take these parts, get rid of that, mark seam, L L L A U U, doop 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 doop, 0.2, bam. My general plan when it comes to making UV maps is literally to make it square. Like that is always my plan. Like if I can, I'm going to make that UV map square. Because there's a very interesting relationship between squares and circles that you can use to your advantage in topology. Hi Sam, I've created some food props, but I think Discord is blocking my GLB file uploads. Any ideas? Perhaps if you could create a Google Drive link, so just upload it to Google Drive and then drop that link in there. That would probably work best. But thank you for working on some food. I'm excited to see them. Excited to see them foods. Yeah, if you want to post on that forum spot as well what food you have made. All right, almost done. We just have these little islands here left. And then lovely. Looking good. Thank you. It's AI created, quad remesh and some touch ups. I think they look good enough. Let's take a look. Interesting. Oh, wow. I think for placeholders, definitely. Interesting. It's a weird bowl, like a plate bowl. Fascinating. Fascinating. Good stuff. Can you post some wireframes to? Actually, no, I can download the model in a little bit. All right. So over here, final step in our UV mapping here. And then we'll be going on lunch. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. Point two, pin vertically, and pin horizontally. Then just pin these. All right, there we go. So now we got our step. So everything but the screws, we're now going to take and say UV average scale. Grapes have 2K tries. Hope that's fine. That should be fine. Why do you pin them? Pinning them prevents them from moving when you unwrap. So it will adapt the unwrap to the pinned sections. So if I ever unwrap again, I know that those are going to stay in place. Exactly. So if I have everything selected here and I unwrap it, nothing happens because I've pinned everything to my liking. And so now they're stuck that way. Maybe that's the best way to put it, but um, I don't know if stuck that way is the right way to say it, but um, we get to keep them there. Uploaded a zip to the file hoster inside our 3GLB objects. Thank you. Thank you, Electro. Super excited to check those out. And interested to explore AI in this these workflows. Um, might be a good way to make a bunch of like side props quite quick. I'm just going to scale these up so they're the same size. I'm going to rotate them. I was hoping to be able to fit this there. Get some kind of symmetry going. That's really not necessary to do. Okay. I think we're probably at optimum here. Oh, these are tough. Okay. 1,000. Heuristic search, advanced, island rotation step, step. All right, that's as good as that gets. Move these over. Take our chunk of screws. I'm just going to scale them down individually. In fact, let's do a lock group and assign them. Assign islands to lock group. Then all this stuff. Be really nice to fit everything into like this upper square. So I'm going to do custom target box, edit target box. Actually, 0.6, 0.65, 0.62, 2, 0.8, 0.75. 0.85. This is a free add-on. I don't think so. I don't think this is free. Yeah, 45 bucks. It's useful. Very useful, though. Doesn't always line things up, though. We'll adjust that. There. Okay. Ah, I forgot my screws. I forgot about my screws. A little odd, but it works. gonna look much better now. I think this will help quite a bit. Definitely on those edges, but also it's just a lot easier to paint. So like once you actually get to the painting portion, it's like, oh man, can you imagine trying to hunt down the best way to like paint this little loop or something, and it's broken up into 6 pieces? That's definitely going to make it a lot trickier. Gonna make sure our margins are a little bit better. Use 1K textures for those small objects. Not sure too much or not enough. That is perfect. 2K verts and 1K texture. That's pretty optimal. All right, I'm gonna send this back to you. After making a copy here. Whip 01. Or UVs created. All right. And I'll rename this to chest for Sam edit. Would you prefer blend files in the future? I suppose yes, because that's like the easiest way to change things. Should I need to change something? All right, sending that back to you, Sky. Interested to see how the baking changes. But I think, yeah, I think blend files are my preferred format, because GLBF or GLTF or whatever, it's a good format, but sometimes it's weird importing it into other things. So yeah, I'm kind of making up these things as I go. So yeah, blend file would probably be preferable. But no worries if you don't have one at the moment. All right, everyone, thank you all for hanging out with me this morning. For anyone new here, I'm just ending our first stream of the day. We'll be back very soon, in about an hour, for the second stream of the day. We're going to go ahead and get into finishing up some weapons that we're working on, the sword and bow and stuff. And I would really like to get these goblins patched up and up for sale by the end of today. That would be ideal. Thanks, Sam. I'll fix that substance file. Yeah, let me know how it goes. I'd love to see more screenshots and stuff. And thank you for making the chest. Very excited. I think that one will sell well on Gumroad. So looking forward to getting that up. Have a nice break. I will, Arctic. Looking forward to taking a look at your Mimic, too. Ooh, there's so many cool things coming in. Thank you all for working so hard. We'll have to plan for a big session on Friday for D&D. We'll do a fun little D&D session. See you later. Sounds good. See you later, Electro. See you later, Arctic. See you later, Sky. And everyone else that's lurking out there. Snardum. Much love to all of you. Hope you're all having an amazing day. See you soon. Bye.